Good evening, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you are ready to hang out and play more Monster Train. Continuing on the Hat Trick Challenge. Who would have guessed? That's what we do. Today, I think we're going to tackle Prince, or at least that's where we're going to start. That said, I don't have any idea what clan combo I want to run Prince with. I know in Monster Train 1, I ran him with Umbra so that we could try to make Reaper relevant, because it was the only way for him to get Trample. But then again, Reaper was substantially worse in Monster Train 1 than Monster Train 2, so I don't know that we really need to do that now. Brawler just needs attack buffs. And we can accomplish that in a variety of ways. We can use equipment, like Bloodthirsty Blade is particularly good. But also we can just like stack Rage with Ritual Battle or Fledgling Imp. Point is, we have options. Wrathful, I think it's going to be a little bit of a problem. It's okay. It's just that it is weaker in Monster Train 2 in a number of ways. At least post Lost Arsenal, it got some substantial buffs. Still on the weaker end, but it's at least a lot better than it was. And then Reaper, again, got way better with Lost Arsenal. Still not the best, but it's okay. I still wish that the ability had like a built-in Slay trigger to reduce its cooldown. I think that would be cool. But sadly it doesn't. Anyways, all that said, not sure what we want to do. Obviously, we could pair with Umbra. I guess let's just set this up while I'm thinking about it. So, could pair with Umbra, because it does give us access to, like, the Ember Drain cards and all of that, which is pretty powerful. Damage shields also work pretty decently with Wrathful, since now revenge triggers do work through damage shields, so you can give him good defense while stacking up his attack power, and also letting him scale up armor as he kills things. So, like, that could be okay. And then also, again, you know, getting Trample is potentially very powerful, though we have to actually see it for that to work. Alternatively, could maybe just, like, scale up some things with Under Legion. I don't think that's really the best combo, though, for a number of reasons. Awoken allows us to give spikes to Wrathful, which is pretty cool, because he can get slays with the spikes, which will then, you know, give him armor and all that. Honestly, Awoken might be a good play, even though I generally don't like playing Awoken all that much. Remnant sort of works. We can reform, we can... There's a couple attack buffs. I was kind of thinking about Lazarus, though I don't know if we really want Lazarus. One of the benefits of Lazarus is that there is Trample. Also, there's things like Minds of Their Own, which lets all equipped units attack immediately. And that could be very potent, for instance, with like Brawler, who has 5 attacks naturally. There's also a little bit of attack scaling. There's 2 different attack scaling cards. Also, Mix in general is pretty powerful. We can also give spikes via Mix, now that I think about it. I think we're doing Lazarus. That said, what do we want? Pyre of Savagery, also obviously very good. Probably want that for Brawler. Aquats is okay. Bogworm's Growth is okay. I think we're just going to start with Bogworm and see what we're offered. I think we try to run, like a Reaper if it's offered. Ooh, Pincushion's an interesting start. Like, yeah, we don't have Grail's starter, but we do have the potion kits. And even if that's the only things we play out on him, that still is +6/+6 permanently. Becomes an 18/18 naturally. So, not that bad to start with. And especially in a world where we have Bogworm's growth, potentially just like duping this multiple times in the long run is not bad. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take Reaper, I think. I was kind of hoping for Wrathful after seeing the Pincushion, but... well... Shadow Sheath on Brawler could have been good. I think I'm a lot less excited for it here. Collection of Tails, like, I guess we take, even though it feels barely worth the gold. And then we'll see what happens. I admittedly haven't played a ton with Reaper post Lost Arsenal. Okay, let's do that. And the cooldown on your ability is 6, which is, like, pretty long cooldown. Alright, so we're going to do this. And then I think we just build up a red infusion. Ideally, we want to be getting damage shields along with the rage. I do want you to get the kill, but I don't think this is worth doing now. Yeah, because it wouldn't come up off cooldown in time for the boss, but that still might be fine just to get the Slay now. Yeah, honestly, we'll do that. Just let him get the kill. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take the damage. It's fine. It's a very minor amount of damage. Okay, we'll do that. Mostly I just want to be mixing so Prince can get some damage shields, or we can give the damage shields to the Pincushion. Also, I really want to draw the other potion kid so I can buff him up. Yeah, I mean, overall, we shouldn't really have any meaningful problems here. Like, Prince is going to slay some dudes. He's going to get a lot stronger. The Pincushion's got decent stats. We've mixed. That's all we really care about here. Turns out, mix is a powerful starting option. Also, Prince is already up to 75 attack. Pretty good at this stage. Like, yes, it looks dangerous at this one moment. It's not going to look dangerous as soon as we do that. But we can also do that, and there we go. Blame. Alright, not a bad start. Fledgling Imp is good with Bogworm. But I think overall we want to skip it. For a variety of reasons. Mainly that we want to save it for Brawler, probably. Just because Brawler is so contingent upon having some scaling. Mind you, we do have the secret ingredients to start with, so they're technically a way to get Rage. Even if we whiff on, like, Ritual Battle and Fledgling Imp and all that. But it's still good to keep it as an option. And I don't think we need it here. So we skip on that. Don't think we need the Hornbreak. The Vent is a maybe. Yeah. A little worried about you. Okay. Well, Twisted Assistant is the one thing that I really did want to see. Although, again, we do need a bit of solutions later for Savagery. But either way, Twisted Assistant is definitely a thing we want. I think I just want to go here and try to, like, make the pincushion better. Because either that or we do, like, intrinsic or holdover on the Hornbreak or something. Obviously, I could also just, like, minus cost the secret ingredients. That's not bad. But I'm pretty okay with just going here, I guess. Okay. So, I mean, like, Rail Beater honestly is pretty good, kind of. In that, since we're going to do Trample with Prince, attacking into melee weakness enemy is very strong. But I think we're just going to skip that and just keep the dude. And we're just going to give you Multi-Strike Titanite. Seems okay. Again, I'm not, like, the best deck to power him up yet, but that's fine. I think, again, Pincushion is one of those units that people really overestimate what it takes to get value out of it. Where people act like you absolutely have to have Grail's starter, and even then, like, you need to start with extra equipment in your deck, and yada 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 yada. And that's just not really the case. Obviously, it's much stronger in that situation. But that doesn't mean it's necessary by any means. I'd love to play with the Calcified Ember, but there's no way we're not playing this. Okay. Yeah, so that way we kill all of them. I mean, we don't kill the backliner, but he doesn't do damage, so it works out. I do greatly look forward to Prince having a lower cooldown on his ability. Oh. Yeah, let's just kill you so I don't take any damage. Also, while I do want to be playing this on Prince in general, for the time being, we're just going to play it on him so we can get the perma stats. Okay. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, we should be fine in mere moments. There we go. It's not the perfect mix by any means, but it's certainly strong enough to get the kill. Did we actually play out both potion kits? I think we didn't. Which is a shame if true. We're saving Ritual Battle. Saving those. I will take another Twisted Assistant, I think. Especially since it just increases the reliability of drawing into it. I think we're going here, and honestly, we might just bulk up on equipment to jam into the Pincushion. Could take Bloodthirsty Blade. I think we're gonna save on that nonetheless. I kind of just want to grab a bunch of equipment for the Pincushion, though, again, it's a little awkward in that I will be removing them from the pool. I think overall that's fine, though. Okay, so both Awoken and Umbra are okay here. Because, to be fair, we'd be looking for mostly very specific things. For Awoken, we would want the Quick Tome, so that we can have a quick attacking Prince, or, you know, other things. Or on Umbra, if we were able to get the Trample Tome, then it would mean that I wouldn't have to be relying on the Twisted Assistance for Trample. And that would be nice as well. But I could also do Awoken looking for, like, Unleash the Wildwood so that we can do full heals, since I'm probably going to be duping the pincushions and just being able to heal up a group of pincushions to full when they have Titanite and, like, 100 plus HP. Seems overall pretty good. And if I don't hit Trample Tome, most of the Umbra picks are pretty bad for me. So, let's try this. Okay, I'll take Unleash the Wildwood. Channel Song I also considered. I didn't really sit there to consider it long enough. But that would have been a way where I could have done, like, Intrinsic to get out the Twisted Assistant early. Part of the problem with that is it would then gain extra HP, and so then it would be harder for me to actually kill the Twisted Assistant, at least if I'm trying to, like, set things up on turn 1. Unfortunately, you're the expensive one. And if I buy that and reroll... Yeah. I don't want the silence. But I think this takes effect in the right order. Maybe it doesn't. I think we're not going to do it either way. Even if that's disappointing that I rerolled for that. We are going to get rid of something. And here we go. Okay. I guess I'm going to play you out there for now, although I probably should have just played things elsewhere. But I figured it was okay to just let the Steward block some hits for us for a bit. Honestly, I could just heal him back to full. It's not like the worst option. You know what? Fine. We'll do it. Alright, now, I'd love to be putting this on Prince, but on the other hand, I also want to be bulking up my pincushion. So, that's what we do. And, like, it is good on the pincushion. I just feel a little bad that we're not really utilizing Prince all that well at the moment, but that's fine. Alright, he does take a bit of a beating, but that's fine. Unfortunately, because he has Trample, Prince doesn't actually get any kills, and therefore is not proving particularly helpful for us at the moment. If there were weaker enemies up front, I could at least be using Prince's ability to snipe them off, but that is not occurring. Okay, but that is exactly 30 damage, so we'll do that. The Flagellant is gonna hurt. But it's okay. We survive, and we have damage shields and lifesteal ready to go. Like, yes, he does have multi-strike, so he does rip through the damage shields much faster. And we even lose one to the spikes. But it doesn't matter. We do lots of damage. And there we go. We're not taking Electricity Chamber. We'll take another Combustion Suit. I do like Meat Hook quite a bit. I think we're not going to take it. Partly because we really would prefer to save it as an option if we're up against, like, Dominion. Because a single meat hook or two of them is a very potent way to just, like, disable bosses. I don't care about Hulking Mass. Technically, we could take Hulking Mass, but I could also just, you know, have more pin cushions. And turns out that's generally better. Also, again, in Hat Trick, it's nice to use up as few things as I can. Okay, so I can't really afford things at the Merchant of Trinkets. Don't really need the healing. The event could be good, though. But I think we're going here, and then I just, like, minus cost the mixes, I guess, and maybe remove some cards. Alright, Reaper 2 it is. So now he gets a higher attack bonus, and we halved the cooldown. So it's only 3 instead of 6. Nope. Honestly, yeah, I'll do that, I guess. Yeah, unfortunately I can't afford that, and that was maybe a mistake on my part, but fine. But fine. Kind of just wasted some gold, but oh well. Yeah, I think I need to be setting up like this, because otherwise these Scourge dudes are just going to get out of control, basically. Okay. That is what I was hoping for, so then we can kill you without you escaping. I mean, it'd be kind of nice for one of you to escape so I could get you killed, but I can also just torch you, so that's not too big an issue. Yeah, I didn't really need the regen. I should have done that differently. What I do need is a bunch of other things. Unfortunately, the reanimate is causing me problems. Well, we can kill him now. And I'm glad I got the blue, because that's what I was hoping for. Would love to use the blue down here to stop some of that, but we at least get one less Scourge card. And importantly, we got the Collector, is what I'm trying to say. I think I still want to do this on this, just so I can bulk up for the future. I'm going to take some damage, oh well. I'm just trying to avoid sapping my dudes. And I don't really need to be playing out spells on this floor for the most part. And then we'll get rid of that, I guess, and here we go. Well, his sap is no match for our base stats and beautiful power. And Reaper Prince is at least a little better now that he gets to use his ability more often. Well, Tiresome Climb is nice. I don't know if I'm taking it here, though. We definitely don't want Impressive, and we're not using Armor, really, so we're not taking Reinforce. Acid Shower is okay. Replicator Ray is good. But do I actually want Replicator Ray? Kind of? I don't think I do. Maybe? Like, I've got a lot of equipment. Or at least a decent amount. I just don't know exactly what I'd want to do it for. Obviously, we could, like, dupe the Pincushion, which isn't bad. I could also potentially dupe Prince, but I don't know that that's really going to be as exciting as we want it to be. I think we'll just skip. Acid Shower could also be good, I guess, but... well, we're definitely going to go here. I was really hoping for an event upgrade. Leaky Pen is good. I think I maybe just want Quilling Catcher, though. Sure, we'll just get that free gold. And then, do I actually want to upgrade anything? Not really. Like, I mean, I could make one of these guys smaller. I could also just give them Reanimate. Like, that's not the worst play in the world, and that I can just use them to block things. I just mostly don't care. And he's not, like, crazy strong yet, but I think just a 60-60 multi-strike is decent enough for me. How many times can I dupe after this? 2 more times? Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We'll do that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do that. Move on. I probably should remove some cards from the deck, but I didn't. I mean, I guess let's try setting up higher. I don't know that we're gonna do super well into the boss, but we'll find out. Yeah, I do want to get at least some spikes at some point, because that also cuts into the boss's power quite a bit. Okay, so we're going to use that now so Prince can steal the kill. I could have killed my own dude, so then we could immediately get the equipment and all that. Didn't think we needed to do that, though. Well, let's... yeah, let's not do it like that. I was worried about this exact thing. I thought we probably were going to be punished if I did it like that, because with the combustion suit, the unstable does kill all the backliners. And it wouldn't be so much an issue if these guys didn't have Titan skin, but because of the Enchanter, we can't kill them with the spikes that we have, and we can't kill them with the Torch, so I do need the unstable to actually be the solution there. Which is fine, just wasn't ideal. Again, we're not really using Reaper all that well. It's fine. It's contributing a little bit, and I'm not going to be too picky right now, but I do still kind of wish it were doing more for us. And unfortunately, Prince was just like a very small smidge away from getting the kill there. It's a bit of a shame that we have pin cushions, because it just so, like, I got the trample equipment, but it's so important to us that we are, you know, bulking up the pin cushions that's what I'm working on. Getting Unleashed is a bit like cheating here. It was a good pickup for us. It's very good with the pin cushions. Like, it's not particularly good with Prince, but it's very good with the pin cushions. Alright, so you're only at 110, but you can just pop him for a bit. We're already getting the kill, yada yada yada. Turns out, I have a bunch of attacks. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised we're only taking as much as we are. I mean, it's still, he's getting several rounds worth of attacks in. The Titanite is doing a good chunk of work for us since he's only doing 10 damage instead of 20 each hit. Which, turns out, makes a big difference. Ta-da! And then we get extra gold from the Quilling Catcher. Well, we're not taking the important work. We're not taking March of Shields. I kind of want to take the Inferno. Well, we're not going to, but we'll see. If I didn't already have Unleash the Wildwood, Insatiable Hunger would be nice. But I do have it, so we're just not going to. I think we're just going here. I mean, I could also just get equipment here. I could heal. I don't, like, super need to do anything with the Merchant of Magic. I mean, I guess I can still just make these, like, minus cost, which is not bad. Like, that's probably good enough. Yeah, let's just do that. I do have a lot of gold. Yeah, we don't want to take Meat Shield. It's technically sort of useful for us on Wrathful later. Obviously, we don't know if we're going to get it offered, but it's not bad to have as an option. So let's not do that. And the Pigeon Cushions, while not, like, the ideal deck for them, are doing pretty okay. These are not the upgrades I was looking for, but fine. Do you ever take Reanimation Lab or the Electric Chamber? Not often. They're okay. There's kind of awkward. Got there in the most awkward way, but there we go. Yeah, so, like, Electricity Chamber's kind of cute. Getting the spikes is not bad, and there are some situations where you can do a bunch of work with reanimation. Like, it's fine. It's just not particularly impressive, and mostly it's that it's pretty unnecessary. Reanimation Lab, on the other hand, is... I like the idea of it, but the problem is that the HP on here isn't very relevant if you were doing stuff with Reanimate. And, like, summon, get +7 is fine. Technically, it's relevant if you're doing, like, endless stuff as well. It can be okay. But it's mostly just kind of messy. Like, if it were +7 attack or, like, a higher amount of attack on Reanimate and Summon and, like, something else instead of the HP, I would use Reanimation Lab way more often. Because it would be, like, a viable, like, scaling option. But as is, the HP barely matters. Technically, what you're supposed to do with it is, like, tank a bunch of hits with Reanimate, build up stats, give them lifesteal later on, and then, you know, they have a bunch of attack, a bunch of HP, and they win the rest of the fight for you. But you could also just stack Reanimate, and that's more reliable and better, and there's also just better rooms. Yeah, I thought it was awkward as well. Did the buff stack after Reform? That's the only way I could see it help. With Reanimation Lab, yes, because it's direct stat changes. Same with Endless. With Electricity Chamber, no, because all buffs are lost on death, and Spikes is a buff. But, like, again, they can do okay stuff for you. There is, like, a whole host of things to support a Spikes build in Lazarus. It's just that still is usually weaker than other things you'd be doing. It's kind of fun. It's kind of cute. It's just also not that important. Okay. Good morning, by the way. Hope you're having a good stream. It's going okay. How about you, King of Steam? Again, I do feel bad that we are denying Prince kills and stuff. I mean, I could do this where I play out the Twisted Back first and end on the Potion Kit. And that would help Prince scale up. You know what? Let's do it. I think mostly it still doesn't matter just because the pincushions are strong enough to wipe everything. I probably should have the Prince closer to the front. This is also kind of why I wanted Quick on him, but oh well. Yeah. So you take 2 hits to kill, then you kill those 2, and so Prince does get a kill this way, so I guess we'll just leave that and do some things. How you doing, Glacier? Although I did just mess that up by doing that, that's fine. I was trying to save myself Ember for next turn, then I didn't. He does get extra rage, like that part's not bad. Again, I do feel a little bad that Prince mostly doesn't matter for us. It's just that I don't want to give him the equipment. And that's what it would take for him to be truly, like, important and relevant for us. He could be doing a lot more work, it's just I really want to build up the pincushions. Because turns out the pincushions are also quite good for us. It's also the specific equipment that we have. Like, the fact that we are applying unstable to enemies is meaning that we're killing a lot of them before Prince gets to attack. Or we have Trample, which again means we're killing them before Prince gets to attack. Tired. This has been a strange week. I can certainly relate to that sentiment. I mean, not today so much, but, you know, I feel it. This curse of Pincushion just want to buff him. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's a good unit. And I stand by what I said earlier, that I think people, like, really overestimate what it takes to make Pincushion do good work for us. Like, we started with just the potion kits and the pincushion, and he's up to 96. Like, that's not bad. Okay, so Brits kills one of them, and then we're not actually losing because, oh, look, now he's got a bunch of damage shields. Ta-da! Oh boy, he got the slay bonus. So helpful. Brain Transfer is cute. Rage Room is kind of cute. I don't think we actually want Rage Room, though. I think we'd rather save that for the future. I'm just gonna go Ember, though I think I probably should do Draw. Okay. So I kind of want to go here and, like, dupe and stuff. What we're actually going to do is we're going to go here, though. Yeah, I would say the 60/60 Titanite multi-strike one is also a nice upgrade over Train Steward. Yeah, for sure. For sure. So now it's on a 1 cooldown. I have, like, one really specific thing I would like to do, and it's probably not going to materialize, but... Ooh. I mean, I could just graft something onto my pincushion, which I think is what we're going to do. Could also just do a random graft onto him, but I think we're better served by doing this so we don't get, like, the silence armor or whatnot. And even that would be sort of okay at this point. But we're gonna do potion kit, honestly. Okay, so we don't want these. What we really want is... No. I was hoping for Inferno Room. Yeah, okay, fine. So I've got 8 Deployment Ember. I mean, I could definitely make one of these deployable. It wasn't really what I meant to do, though. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do this. And then I guess let's just thin the deck out a little bit at the moment. I suspect most of this doesn't matter a ton at the moment. I still don't have a good answer for Seraph for the most part. I was thinking for some reason I need to set up on bottom floor here. I mean, I guess I was thinking about Rax, but we should be okay versus Rax. But yeah, I don't particularly want to let the enemies escape. How do you make Stasis Crystal work? There's a lot of ways. It has a lot of good use cases. I mean, it's kind of awkward overall, but it does have a number of pretty solid use cases. Like, you can put something in there that you just want its buffs from, like one of the Hymnists or something like that, where you don't want to have to protect it, but you just want to keep it safe from combat and contributing. Or units like Spore Launcher or Moral Mistress, which aren't really there to attack, but are there for their triggers. You can use those. Or with like Magma Cultist. Again, things that like help with wave clear, but in some decks might struggle with Relentless. It can be a good way to keep them protected throughout the normal combat and scale up stats for Relentless. It's also pretty decent on just like Animus of Will or a sweep unit or something, especially if you have the ability to set up on like top floor. Even if you need it for the first wave, that is still an extra +40/+40 going into the first wave. And you can still combine that with another equipment for some other effect. Wait, the triggers still work while in stasis? Yep. That they do. Well, we're gonna deprive Prince of some kills, but that's fine. Oh, I should have done that differently. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. I'm not too worried about it. Okay, then, yeah, I can see it work. Yeah. There's, like I said, lots of use cases. It's still a bit of an awkward one, where oftentimes it's not really going to matter for you, but there are still a lot of good ways to put it to work. But semi-frequently, I do find myself just mostly not caring about it. But I'm pretty happy for there to be a bunch of equipment in the neutral pool, or in the game in general, but especially in the neutral pool, that are very situational like that. I like that way more than things like Bloodthirsty Blade, which is still like a little situational because you have to be, you know, funneling enough Slay triggers to make it relevant. But more or less, it's just a universally pretty solid good card, and that's not what I want the neutral pool to be. Especially when the neutral pool was smaller pre-Lost Arsenal. You end up seeing a lot of... I mean, you basically saw the same cards every run or two. Surprised that we needed to do that, but we'll kill him all the same. Anyways, yeah, point is, I don't like seeing, like, Inferno Room or Silence Room every run, or Bloodthirsty Blade every run. Can abilities also be used in stasis? As in, could this Hornbreaker Prince use his ability to attack one stasis? Technically, yes, but no, because Stasis Crystal would overwrite his ability with the get out of stasis ability. Technically, kind of, sort of, there would be a way to do it, but I really need spikes. I'm surprised that I am not killing all these guys, though I guess part of the issue is that Prince, the one who has the highest attack by far, is in the back, and therefore could kill this guy much sooner if he were up closer. I really should have taken that into account. I didn't. Either way, what we're going to do is we're going to give you some spikes so we kill that guy. We don't have to do that. Mind you, I also could be putting Prince, like, up front, giving him the reanimate and the spikes and letting him just murder enemies that way. But I didn't. But yeah, technically, if you have a run where you have both Prince and Primordium, you could inherit Stasis from Superfood Primordium and do it that way, but that requires mutators in a very specific situation, and, you know, just isn't really a thing that's going to occur normally. Okay, Prince just pops one of those guys like a chump. Doesn't matter that we hurt him because he just regens it all back like a jerk. We'll just go ahead and cleave 720 HP off of you. And then while he does do a lot of damage, it's fine. We have a lot of reanimate. Like, I mean, he does attack for a lot of damage. But doesn't matter. There we go. He's dead. Everything's fine. We are definitely saving Branding Right. Important Work does nothing for us, and Rage Serum is bad. Surgical Strike, we're not gonna take. Okay. Unfortunate. Might want Lightstone Casing. I was kind of hoping that we would get Intrinsic and Spell Chain. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to take that. And we're going to, I guess, do this. I've got the gold for it, so I guess we're gonna do this and then remove consume. I don't know. That's not really necessary. I did just buy all of those. I was really hoping for intrinsic. Unfortunately. I will take that, I guess. Consume Crown technically matters, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Now, here's the question. Do I want to do this? And I kind of do. Was Permafrost here? You know what, we're gonna Permafrost that too. I might want to just do this. I'm just trying to make sure I have answers to Savagery. And I kind of sort of do. I also want to dupe the Pincushion. Though, honestly, wasn't paying as much attention to what amount of capacity I have on which floor. I think that might... Like, this is what I was planning to do, is dupe the Pincushion. And I think that is probably what I'm going to do. But also, it maybe doesn't matter, and instead just having a way to make sure I'm killing off the backliners more easily might be more important to me. Nonetheless, we're going to do this. I think duping the Hornbreak may be better, though. And I guess I'll take this just for the sake of it, because I have the gold. Also, if I have to set up on not bottom floor, I have a bunch of HP. I can afford to lose some. Yeah, so I can't fit all of the Pincushions here. Okay, I'm going to do this, even though it means we're not going to be getting as good of scaling, but it means that I have 3 free mixes right off the bat. And I do like that. Okay. That doesn't work, though. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be hit. So, alright, we're going to go with the other plan, which is just we do this. This is partly why I was doing this, because... these guys have Titan Knight, and so they can survive hits, no problem, really. And so as long as Prince is surviving with the damage shields, then we're fine. Like, yeah, we lose a bunch of damage shields, that's okay. He starts scaling up a bit. Okay, this is gonna look weird, but what we're gonna do is this. So we hit, we apply Unstable to everybody, and then we just blow up all the backliners. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I guess we do it this way again. And then we just prepare for the future if we need it. In the ideal world, Prince starts bulking up a bit. I should also probably have him closer to the front. I was just trying to keep him protected, but I think that was unnecessary. Yeah, and like, these guys are frustrating. Anyways, we're just going to explode you, because you're the real problem here, which is why we made the horn breaks as we did. Also, I gotta say, the Unleash the Wildwood is doing some strong work for us. It's been very useful, especially since we've been able to bulk up the pin cushions, and they have Titanite on them. I do wish that I were bulking up Prince's attack better here, but fine. Because mostly you're the one benefiting from the trample here, which is unfortunate, but hey, I don't know. I still want him to get the perma stats. Full heals each turn seems pretty good. No, really? Yeah. Who would have guessed? Also, I could be trying to get melee weakness off of the secret ingredient, which would also be kind of nice. I definitely could have done some powerful work there, and honestly, probably should have been doing that. I thought about that earlier, kind of forgot that it was an option. Here we are. I mean, Prince is getting high attack regardless. In the ideal world, I would have been building her red infusion to strengthen him, but then I didn't. And here we are. Okay, well, oh look, Prince survives with his 12 reanimate. Oh no, the enemies are stronger. However shall we manage? Yeah, give me that sweet melee weakness. And then we just pop the entire lineup, which is pretty cute. There we go. Kablam! And then Prince just hits for 1,000 because that's what he does. Reaper Prince is still not my favorite path, but definitely feels a lot better post-update. Like, you have to still invest in him so that you can start getting the slays. Mind you, it would be working a lot better if we weren't up against Savagery, because on Dominion and Entropy, for most of the waves, they have much weaker enemies up front, so Prince, with his ability, can just pop the first enemy very easily and just get the scaling started. Okay, so we can't fit them all there. I guess we're gonna set up on top floor. Like, I'm gonna take some damage from things anyways. It's fine. Alright, but we will block damage for one turn or something. Okay. So there's a lot of different options for what I can do, but I think what we're going to do is this to start. Alright, so we're killing you, so I don't have to deal with the Scourge cards. That's going there. Honestly, kind of want you to just keep the potions. Reaper's so much more fun to play now. Yeah, it's definitely a lot better and more satisfying. Okay, we're gonna do this just because I do want them to maintain the potion kits. We'll just do that now. I am taking a lot of damage on my dudes, but we will get Unleash the Wildwood soon, which will help. I mean, he's still building up corruption, yada yada yada, but Prince is at a point now where he should be able to just, like, pop waves. Important case, there we go. Do that now. Okay. I guess we'll just hold on to that for now. Honestly, I should probably have Prince closer to the front, but I don't, and that's maybe a mistake. I kept talking about that, and then I kept not doing that. And I do think it would have been much stronger had I done that properly, but whatever. I got carried away, and I didn't. Okay. I'm debating whether I should have just used this on him now. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to do that. I know we're going back in time and sort of wasting a turn, but that's okay. That's okay. There we go. Just takes a while for it to load. Okay, so... There's the melee weakness 6. Enjoy your melee weakness. As I then hit you. There we go. How exciting. Not quite as thrilling as I would have desired, but it's a thing. Unfortunately, Savagery still kind of fucks with things because of the way that, you know, Fate Link or whatever, Live to Fight. Because of the way that Live to Fight works. Okay, so... I should have done this differently, but that's okay. I just want to get back a purple infusion is what we're trying to do. And it can't generate the same kind as you just used. Also, I could have just been, you know, sapping him so he wouldn't be taking all of his damage each turn. But I'll tell you right now, I don't think that matters. Okay, so... Dominion's basically down, Savagery's down, Entropy is largely down. Yeah, sadly don't have melee weakness, but that's okay. Because that's enough to just kill Entropy. And Dominion's dead too, and there we go. Ta-da! See, like, Reaper was pretty strong for us once we actually built into it. It's just that I spent most of the run trying to power up the pincushion. And the pincushions were very good for us. They did a lot of work. It's just it felt a little bad that Prince could have been doing so much more for us in basically every other battle if I weren't so committed to powering up the pincushion. But the pincushion was good. It helped out a ton, so I can't like be too mad about it. Okay, so we need to record the stuff. First off, that was Reaper Prince. I think that's the one on the left. The problem with the new tracking sheet is I don't have space to like say the path names on them. But that's fine. Okay, so for the tracker, give me a moment to set it up. Overall, we got out of that without using too many things. Using up the Twisted Assistant is a little sad. It's a very good card. Would have been useful on kind of any of his paths. But it seemed most important for Reaper, so that's where I was expecting to use it. And this was Reaper with Bogworm. We've used Bogworm a ton. Again, it's not like the strongest pyre, but it's just like a solidly like B or A tier pyre, and so it fits in when we need to round out our group of pyres per run. Just does solid work, especially when we don't know which champion path we're going to be playing. That said, so we used Pincushion, and I believe that was the only... No, we used Twist Assistant. Just talked about that. And yeah, those should be the only units we used. For spells, we had Hornbreak and Unleash the Wildwood, which isn't even in this clan combo. Although, knowing the luck we've had, we're going to get that event again. We're going to see Unleash the Wildwoods again on one of the other runs. Just as we have seen the same rare unit repeatedly. And not just like once. It's happened in so many of the different champions where we see the same rare unit twice or 3 times. Regardless. I think that's all the spells. Our deck was like pretty thinned down in terms of what we were actually had. But we did have a chunk of equipment. We had Combustion Suit, and we had Potion Kit. And I think that's it, because we just had multiple copies of those, and then we had the Twisted Assistance. And there we go. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. So, now is the issue. So we want Savagery for Brawler. It's not the end of the world if we don't get it. There are plenty of other ways that we can build up the attack scaling. It's just that Pyre of Savagery really cuts down on the amount of attack scaling we need and just makes us a little more consistent. And then Wrathful, I don't know. Urzel's Horde is good. Aquath's is good. Well, is okay. Echo the Time Father could be fine. I think maybe we take Aquath's here. Let's take Aquath's, I guess, see what we get. It's really contingent upon what we're offered. Well, there's the Pincushion again. And Sanguine Assistant. Welder Helper. Okay. Well, we have to take Brawler. Okay. Not what I wanted to see, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't tons care about either of these, but we'll take Life Insurer, I guess. Okay, well, I was hoping to do Wrathful, so I feel bad that we have Pincushion, but whatever. Okay, so let's block for you so you don't die. Okay, we're gonna try to do it this way, where we're gonna try to then get spikes. Well, alright, we're gonna leak. I was trying not to leak. I just thought that the blue infusion was important here, so that I wouldn't be in danger of leaking next turn. But I guess we do have the torches. Thought the other path was Wrathful, or I'm seeing things with my boomer eyes. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure that it was Reaper. But it's entirely possible that I just wasn't looking at it properly, and it was, in fact, Wrathful offered. Okay, we're just gonna kill him to make space for the other thing. Reaper? Okay. Glad to know I'm not that crazy. Okay, that's enough to get the kill. I probably should have torched my Sanguine Assistant. I don't really want to start feeding the Pincushion, because I don't want them to be a relevant part of our deck, but still. Yeah, I was pretty sure that was all we needed. I knew we were close to the kill. Oh no, it's Uriel. How will we ever compete? Okay, well, we need that to get the kill, but that's fine. Alright, and then we easily murder Yorio. Kablam! How exciting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take that ritual battle, I'll tell you right now. So It's Alive is damage scaling, but I don't really want it to advance us. Sort of workable, really not what I want to focus on. Also, I hadn't looked at what bosses we're up against yet, but that's not too bad. Entropy's not terrible for us. Yeah, we'll figure that out. And we can't take Potion Kit, and I'm not going to take Overworked Assistant. I could sort of just use it to tank hits, but I don't really want to. Yeah, there are things I want to do with the Merchant of Steel, but Merchant of Magic is so wildly important for us that that is easily what we're doing first. Rail Beater's fine. I hate Demon Fiend. Probably just want the Rail Beater. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with Rail Beater. Especially if we just, like, put Reanimate and, like, Dualism on it. It becomes pretty nice. It would have 60 starting armor to reanimate. It would gain extra armor when it reanimates, thanks to Life Insurer. It would apply melee weakness 2 on strike. Like, that's a pretty good unit for us if we can make that work. I'm sort of okay with just doing this. Honestly, we might just do this and try to get, like, either do another -1 on it, or look for, like, double stack. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with that. And I guess I'll do that. I do kind of like the spell chain as well. I'm not gonna spend the gold. Kind of want to. We're not going to. Okay, and we are going to stop using the pincushion basically because I don't feel like it would be right to just keep permascaling the pincushion again. We'll still play it out because it's part of our deck and we kind of have to use it right now. Although with the Ritual Battle, we're in reasonably good shape. You know what? I'm just gonna do this right now. Okay, Prince is already pretty strong. But I need to swap to blue so I can get that. Yeah, I guess we'll just take that for the reanimate later. Prince is doing enough damage already, especially with the melee weakness, and so long as we end up... Yeah, we'll just do that. And eventually we're going to draw into the Ritual Battle again, presumably. Which will also be good. Although with the spikes here, we might just want to give the reanimate to Prince. Well, we didn't get the Ritual Battle again, but it also didn't end up mattering. Ta-da! Exciting stuff. Okay, I mean, like, we're off to a good start, and depending on how things go, it will look better and better and better. Kind of want the Fledgling Imp. Might just skip it. And by might, I mean I think I will. I mean, again, if this weren't a hat trick, I would probably be willing to take it, but I think we're going to skip. And I can't take the Horn Break, and we're not taking the Bolting Imp. We're definitely not taking Pseudoscience. I do like Forevermore Serum, and it might be a good backup. I think we're going to skip and leave that as an option for Wrathful. I have an idea in mind of what we want to do already. And admittedly, I kind of want to go for the Merchant of Arms. Obviously, like, Bloodthirsty Blade would be very good for us. Kind of the ideal would be Bloodthirsty Blade and Quick Dagger. Quick Steel Dagger, or whatever it's called. Or like Organ Harvester and one of those two, I would also be pretty happy with. It's expensive, but so be it. Okay, let's just double check what's here. Apex Imp. No. We are not set up to use that. It's really over dualism. But, like, Titanite and Large Stone are both okay. Fine. I'll do that right now, just so I don't have to worry about it in the future. I mean, Life Insurer does some decent work for me right now, but maybe I'm willing to just swap it. On the other hand, like, Historian's Razor does mean that Prince is up to base, like, 15 attack. Not quite, but, I mean, it's not bad. And the Life Insured technically is fine for us. It just mostly don't care. I don't know. I just feel like maybe I want the Life Insurer. I'll just take Historian's Razor. Because I don't know what artifact I would want. There are obviously some like good ones I could get, like Resonant Shard, which increases the damage bonus of Rage. But there's a lot of other things I could get that I just wouldn't care about in the slightest. Yeah, this is Siphon Archeon. Alright, let's take the damage. I don't really care. Or I could use Aquath so I can kill you early. Might be worth it. Don't think we're going to bother. I'll just take the damage. It's not like I'm really aiming for any particular card for the most part, though. And by that I mean, like, our Ritual Battle doesn't cost anything extra since we minus cost it. It's like I don't have anything that I truly need to save Aquath Reservation for. There are obviously like some okay turns, like being able to get the like play the assistant, kill it, and then get the equipment out as well. But in the grand scheme of things, not too worried about it. Okay, we're just gonna hold on to a bit of our... we're gonna do that so the spikes will kill him. But anyways, we're just going to try to preserve a little bit of our HP, I guess. Okay. Well, he's not super scary. He is somewhat scary. I think we're still going to do this and then try to swap back to green. Let's try to build up more reanimate. Because I'm doing decent damage, and especially if we roll into the ritual battle again, like, we'll easily be at high damage. So it's not bad to just try to make sure that I'm not dying before I kill him. I think we're pretty okay either way, but yeah. Especially because we also have the melee weakness from Rail Beater, so Prince is hitting for almost 200 damage on his first attack. And then we just easily kind of murder him. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now, we probably want Rage Room. Ally of the Ancients is pretty decent for us too. But I think we want Rage Room. I don't know that it's like truly necessary, but with Prince having 5 attacks later on, he's going to be generating like 10 rage a turn, which is not bad. Ooh, and then there's Deranged Brute. I mean, I wasn't gonna try to take Capacity or whatever, but that is good. I could also maybe just try to get Smidge Stone. Auto-scaling is pretty awesome. I mean, it's good. I wouldn't say that Rage Room is like an insane card, but just like giving everything built-in scaling is solid. It does represent a lot of like vaguely free power. And it overall works pretty well with the clan, so. Anyways, we'll take Deranged Brute. I don't think we're taking Capacity. So we're definitely going here, and we're going to dupe the Ritual Battle. I think we're going for Merchant of Arms, and then we can go for Merchant of Steel here, I guess. So we're going to go draw for now. Alright, we're up to 3 attacks. Sure, we'll just Spell Chain you, even though it's a little awkward for me. I could make the torches do more damage so that they could pick off, like, the silence enemies. I don't think that matters for the most part. Sure, we'll do that, and we'll spend a bit more for that. And then we dupe you. We call that good for now. So, Prince now gets just a lot of attack to start with. And in the ideal world, we're going to hit Smidge Stone so I don't have to take Capacity. And soon I will start refining my deck. Alright, well this is definitely a turn where we're using Aquaz, because I would like to play that out. I'd like to do that. And then I guess kill you. And then we just set this up a little bit. I should probably be setting up Reanimate, but that's fine. Yeah, and you're gonna have the melee weakness. We're definitely popping him, no problem. So let's do this, and I guess I'll just accept the Vengeful Shard damage. I don't really care. Like, we normally have an abundance of extra HP. My level of concern is fairly low. Okay, and we got the Collector. Plenty happy with that. Also, the Rail Beater is bulking up now as well, thanks to the Rage Room, which is pretty cute. May as well get some equipment for Prince to wield, I suppose. just do that, which is what I'm going to do. I mean, again, I probably should have just played out the Vengeful Shard. I think we're strong enough. Especially because Ajax isn't that threatening so long as you have some semblance of attack scaling. He's just really threatening for decks that are relying on, like, base stats or don't have actual attack scaling and are doing something else, kind of like pseudo-scaling, like with Pyregel. Like, Pyreborn is definitely the clan that has the most problems with Ajax, where you can be overall relatively powerful, but you can have, like, you know, 200 Pyregel on him, and if your dudes are at 0 attack, you have no way to proc it, which is not good. Anyways, have a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. And we just easily beat him to death. And there we go. Exciting stuff. So, like, the important work is kind of cute since I do have the Welder Helper. I could look for Endless. I actually already saw Endless and didn't take it. But I'm pretty confident we're just not going to worry about that. So I'm pretty happy to skip those. There is Organ Harvester. I think I'm gonna not take that, because I think I don't need it right now, and I would like to save that for the third run if I can. Puffer Flesh would also be pretty decent on the third run, but we'll see what we're offered. Okay. So the removals are appealing. I think we're going here. I think we're just going here. Okay, Bloodthirsty Blade is appealing. I don't have any... No, I do have Rage Room. What am I talking about? Yeah, we'll take Dante's. There's those again. We're not taking Iron Tongue. We're not taking Organ Harvester since we just passed up on it. I can't take Combustion Suit. I don't really care about Reanimation Lab. I think we're going to take Bloodthirsty Blade, even though it's maybe unnecessary at this point. This is one of those hat trick things where, because I probably am fine without it, I probably just should skip on it. Even though it's appealing and I would like it and all of that. But, like, I do also have, you know, the double Ritual Battle already, which represents a lot of attack. And so it might be nice to save for the third run. I probably should save it for the third run. But I'm not going to save it for the third run. So I've got 4 Ember. So I could make the Rage Room deployable. So, and then take Zone of Silences. Zone of Silence is grabbed by Dante's Footstool. I don't think that matters too much. But it is an option. And I'm not going to go to another Merchant of Arms, I don't think. Although I really did want to set up Quick Steel Dagger. I mean, I could still go to that Merchant of Arms if I wanted. I just think it's probably better that I don't. Anyways, I don't think we need Zone of Silence. Again, were this not hat trick, I feel like this would be a pretty easy... Well, I mean, it's fine. It's not really necessary. Because it would basically be giving up Rage Room for Stone of Silence, which is fine. It's nice to have as an option. It also lets me set up on like top floor or mid floor and still avoid like KO buffing up on bottom floor, since we can silence the cherubs. Regardless, we'll leave those and I think make this deployable. Okay, so we do want to be setting up on top floor so that the boss has a bunch of reanimate, so we can farm him for kills. I don't actually know if our defense is going to be good enough to support that, but we're going to try. I mean, again, we do have the ability to just kind of mix a ton and just make a bunch of reanimate, which will do a lot of work for us. I could also be getting, like, spikes on our dude. I don't actually want to put spikes on our dude, though. Okay. I'm just going to do this now. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just trying to avoid taking some damage while I set things up. Fortunately, the stupid haste dudes get themselves killed unhelpfully. Alright, please be a blue one. Yes. It's so much better than yesterday with our Dune, where we were constantly missing the collectors. Yeah, unfortunately, we're still leaking a dude. Oh well, it's what we got. It's fine. Not a big deal. I just would have preferred not to take damage, but it was either get the collector or stop us from taking a little bit of damage, and I very badly wanted the collector, so. I'm just glad that the infusion cooperated and gave us the right color. I do think we're going to leak on this coming turn, because there are a lot of enemies. Alright, let's try it this way. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for cooperating. I appreciate it. Right. If Prince were just a little stronger, he could be getting more kills for us. Yeah, I guess we'll do it like that. Okay, we definitely want to kill off the imp so that he doesn't interfere with Prince just trying to farm the boss. Maybe that's hubris, but I think we're going to have enough to deal with this. Yeah, no surprise. We're good. Honestly, do wish that the rail beater were dying, but it's not worth messing with. I mean, like, I would have had to play this very differently so that I would have all the reanimate on Prince. What farm you overrode the blade? God, you're right, I did. I totally spaced out that I did. Well, ignore me as I just utterly wasted all that as I was talking about. God damn it. I knew something seemed wrong, but I just wasn't paying attention. Turns out, been a bit tired today. And I made a mistake. Well, that was a dumb mistake on my part. We're not taking March of Shields. Such a good chance to power up the blade. Oh well. Replicator Ray is kind of cute. I don't think we're going to do it, but it would be kind of fun in that we could double the Deranged Brute, or after buffing up Prince, I could then remove an equipment and power him, or dupe him. Which would be powerful. It would mean that we'd have 10 attacks and a reasonably powerful unit and Rage Room to keep this scaling going. Honestly, I kind of want to swap to doing that. Although it would make the Bloodthirsty Blade pretty worthless. You know what? Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna do this. Yes, there's the Smidge Stone. Okay. I still feel bad that I made that whole big deal about building up the blade and then I overwrote the blade without thinking about it. Yeah, we're gonna do that. The blade was made anew. How you doing, Splat? Okay, well, I don't have capacity for a lot of things. So let's get rid of some of this stuff. Existing, how about you? I'm doing okay. We definitely want to use this Merchant Magic. I don't love taking the Entropic Crystal, but for the most part, this should be good for us. I am largely going to be abandoning the Bloodthirsty Blade, but... Sir Sal, how late is it for you, roughly? It is 12:32 a.m. I guess we'll just do it like this. The Wonders of Sai? I don't know what you mean by that. Jesus. God, it's so good. I mean, like, this is the triple stack one, but with Deranged Brute, we go from 24 attack to 204 attack. PST mistype. Okay, that makes a lot more sense that you're talking about Pacific time. I mean, whatever. We just want Reanimate here, really. And again, like, I could do the Replicator Ray right now by using Aquaths, which is kind of cute, but we're just not going to at the moment. Pacific time and Eastern time are the general best NA time zones. I mean, fair enough. I don't think there's too much competition there. We have one angry demon here. I mean, that is Prince's whole jam, more or less. Okay, we're just gonna get rid of the Calcified Ember. Avoid taking damage. We are getting to the point where we're gonna start burning your Reanimate, which is a bit of a problem, but not a big problem. Okay, there's a Reanimate. I take a little bit of damage. That's fine. And we just kind of burn through all the enemies. I do wish that Prince had Quick, but that's fine. Also, I feel a little bad that we're effectively going to be wasting Bloodthirsty Blade. Also, I don't know why I did that on Kayla right there. It was very much a waste, but that's fine. Okay, that's sweet, delicious reanimate. Yeah, our attack scaling is pretty good. Which again is part of why, like, Reaper isn't that impressive. I mean, like, this is a bit of a, it's whatever. It's whatever. Alright, now we're up to having 5 attacks, which is pretty good. And there's Minds of Their Own, which I am moving away from being able to use it, unless I do want to commit to the... Unless I do want to commit to the Bloodthirsty Blade. I could take it. But I could also not take it. I don't know. I kind of want to take it, but I already have other things I'm looking to do. Namely, try to, like, intrinsic this. Mix-a-Lot is kind of good. It is, but I want to save it for the last run. Like, it's fine for us. It does help us build up Reanimate. I might be being overly conservative in that regard. I will take Minds of Their Own, even though I should probably just save it. And then we're taking Ember, I think. Draw is very helpful, but yada yada yada, here we are. So, we're going here. Okay. Problem is I need equipment to use this with. And I've kind of fucked that situation. Okay. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do some things. First off, we are doing that. And then we'll figure things out. I probably should not have done what I did, but that's okay. I'm at least not worried about the amalgams for the most part. And I have a full hand on turn 1. Didn't realize that was going to be the case, but that's fine. Yeah, I was considering doing the Replicator Ray. I guess I do have the Sanguine Assistant still. Okay, I guess we'll do it this way. And we'll make Prince number 2. And we're going to get that equipment here. Really do need the Minds of Their Own. Because I'm running out of HP. But there's that. So. I do kind of want to play the Ritual Battle, but I could also just not take the damage, and that seems like the better plan. And this may look somewhat familiar, as Prince now just beats them all to death one after another repeatedly and often. Did we need to do this? No, not entirely, but it is sort of a way for Prince to have quick, and I did want him to have quick. And yeah, so this is the only problem is we do end up with turns like this, but it's still good enough for us to do it. It just means that next turn everything's going to cost more, but that's fine because we just do this, murder them. Or we can just hit end turn and also murdered them. Ta-da! Well, don't need Inferno, don't need any of that. There we go. Don't need any of that. There we go. Now, I think we're going here. Should purge Pincushion. I mean, it doesn't super matter to purge him. If you're saying in terms of hat trick, we already had him last run, which is why we're not using him right now. And so it doesn't matter for hat trick reasons. If you're just saying in terms of he's a unit that does nothing for me, yes, that is true. So I could go here and I could dupe the Ritual Battle again, which I kind of want to do. Unfortunately, I kind of want to go to the Merchant of Arms trying to get some equipment so that I can more easily re-equip Prince. We already have the Sanguine Assistant, though, and that's probably good enough, even if it's a bit awkward. I guess we're just going to do this. I will take that. Honestly, I'll take Jackstrips, I guess. Those don't help me, because I don't actually have summon triggers. Okay, and so just to make sure, I should be fine for deployment. I do think I want to drop some of the torches. Actually, how much am I have 6 deployment ember. So it's 1, 2... That ends up being free. So 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. So I think we still play out everything. So I don't really need to get rid of any of those units. So I think we're just getting rid of torches to make my deck a little more consistent. And there we go. Oh no, it's Entropy. So sad. Alright, what a turn. Okay. I guess I'll play you out. And then we give you a little bit more rage, 666 if you will. And then we dupe and we're doing 7,000 damage. So close. Could I have gotten a turn 1 kill if I did this slightly differently? Let's find out. Because instead of playing the Sanguine Assistant, we can just go with a little bit more rage before before we dupe, and that's enough to make up the difference. Because again, it's spread across 10 attacks, and every point of rage is worth 3 instead of the 2 that it normally is. Plus, it's also being boosted by the melee weakness on the first hit. So, there we go. Ta-da! First turn kill. And we still have to kill the Titans, and unfortunately that's just a dumb waiting game. But, it was cute. I enjoyed it. Ooh. Yeah, this is why I wanted to be able to dupe Prince. Especially since we already had the intrinsic ritual battles. Like, it's way better for us than the Bloodthirsty Blade is. It just... I do wish that we were wasting a different equipment for this. We're also sort of wasting Minds of Their Own, but whatever, fine. So be it. Oh, slightly wrong. Just a minor thing. We just want to make sure that we're playing out the pincushion on bottom floor so that we can take slightly less damage from savagery. Since all of my stewards and the pincushion, my chumps, if you will, are going to get murdered very quickly. But they can at least just block for us a little bit on turn 1, no problem. Honestly, I'll do it like that and not play out one of the ritual battles because who cares? Like, we're already popping entropy. Unfortunately, I need to play that. Which means that I end up wasting the Minds of Their Own, but that's fine. Again, the amount that we needed is basically non-existent. It's nice, but we don't actually really need it. Oh, and I kind of am letting you die, which I forgot about. I was just trying to speed up killing Dominion. Yeah, unsurprisingly, there goes him. Well, there's most of our foes down. Unfortunately, then we get dumb turns like this. Yeah. I really just want to draw into my mix cards. That's essentially all I care about at the moment. Unfortunately, you do start healing, which I really don't want. But yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, but just out of curiosity. Yeah. We're so close. So the problem is that if I don't kill you now... Alright, we have to do this differently. Okay, you're dying, but who cares, mostly. Well, I guess we'll do it like that. I do kind of care, but for the most part, we'll let it go. Okay, yeah. So now you're down, and then you're down. And so now you're actually dying here. I just need to be able to do damage to Entropy this turn because it was being healed by the Ardent or whatever they're called last turn. And so there we go. It was a bit awkward just because there we are. I could have played that much more cleanly, or much more safely, I should say, if I had just built up Reanimate on the Rail Beater and just didn't let him die. But I was trying to kill the minion faster, and that's what we did. Anyways, that was a run. We certainly didn't need a good chunk of the stuff that we took, but so be it. It was a very satisfying run, I will certainly say that. So that was Brawler, and we used Aquath. For units, we had Deranged Brute, and we had Rail Beater. And then Sanguine Assistant as well. I think that was all the units. Okay, as far as spells, we had Minds of Their Own, which we definitely kind of wasted. Oops, there we go. But that's fine. It was still a cool thing, even if it ended up not really being necessary. Replicator Ray, Ritual of Battle. I think those were all the spells. And then for rooms, we had Rage Room, and I believe that was the only one. Yeah, because we were pulling it out with Dante's Footstool. And then we did Bloodthirsty Blade, which we definitely wasted, but fine. It was important to what we were doing. It just is a shame to use up an equipment without actually having any meaningful purpose out of it. But anyways, that was a run. I did enjoy the part where we killed Seraph on turn 1. And where we basically were killing off the Titans on turn 1. Okay, so for Wrathful, which is the last remaining one, could take Pyre of Savagery. Could take Herzl's Horde. Could also maybe take, like, Time Father. Could technically take, like, Winged Spirit, I guess. Oh, and just for enjoyment, here's this. Doesn't really matter until we've actually done all 3 of the paths. But, you know, we're 2/3 through. Anyways. So, Wrathful does end up with a decent amount of HP. Early on, though, it's pretty inconsequential. But maybe. Also, like, if we're tanking with Reanimate, who cares how much HP we have? I don't think I want to do Winged Spirit. It is truly just pretty awful. I think I lean towards Herzl's Horde. Pyre Savagery also pretty cute, though. I maybe just want Savagery. You know what? Let's take Savagery anyways. There we go. We'll see what we can do. Okay. I do sort of like It's Alive, and the Steelworker is fine. And there is Wrathful. Yeah, we'll take that. It just makes things a little easier. We do have the Ritual Battle, which, again, unfortunately we're not supposed to have, but so be it. I think we're just not going to play out any of those. And then what we're going to try to do is get green. Unfortunately, we really wanted to get green on... We wanted to start with green so we could try to get spikes. But it is what it is. Please give me spikes. God damn it, I tried. Well, so be it. It would have been a good chance to get a bunch of free attack, and instead I take a lot of pyre damage right off the bat, which feels not great. Okay, well, let's try to minimize the problem. Of course, now I'm gonna hit spikes. But yeah, there it is. Okay, well, so be it. My greed did end up with me taking a lot of damage on this fight, sadly. But that's okay. We're very clearly going to murder Uriel here. That part, at least, is not a meaningful concern. And there we go. Okay. A bit of a rough start. 12 damage is a lot to take on the first battle, but not unheard of. So we could take Welder Helper here, because we did remove it last time. The Vent we don't really want to take. Hornbreak we can't take. I mean, I think we probably take Welder Helper. The problem is that it doesn't really do what we need. What we need is... we need ways to be popping heavies, more or less. But I'll still take it. I can't take Mind to their own. I am going to take Pseudoscience. Explosive Reaction is also okay. Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to go here. We're looking for, like, holdover double stack. Well, that is not that. Alpha Fiend, you say? Honestly, I'm willing to take Alpha Fiend right here. I'm not incredibly impressed with it, but... okay. I'll just do that, I guess. I could put Magic Power and Consume on a Torch, which would have been fine, I suppose. I probably do want some answer to the Silence dudes, but maybe. Too bad no Replication Ray anymore. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that was particularly necessary on this run, so I didn't think it was too big an issue not to be saving it. Come on, there's the spikes. Okay, that gets us rolling. Unfortunately, the Flagellant is healing, which is actually maybe a big concern, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, let's just not take a bunch of damage, even if it means that I'm not playing out the Calcified Ember. I would like to get more kills onto Prince, but that's fine. Like, he's doing some decent work. And overall, it's not a big deal to also be powering up the Alpha Fiend. Okay, I mean, things are going mostly fine. We took a 1 damage from the Vengeful Shard we didn't play, but not a big deal. I mean, Fortified Pauldrons is fine. It's pretty low investment. I do want the Forevermore Serum. I kind of want another Pseudoscience, though. I'm gonna take the serum, I guess. So, going here, I could make these pauldrons deployable, which would be nice. Going here, I could look for, like, holdover spell chain on pseudoscience, which I think is what we want to do. Can't take the Rail Beater, not taking the Demon Fiend. Guess we'll do that. Okay, I'll take Spell Chain for that. I should have taken Remove Consume for the Serum, but I kind of forgot that that was an option. Oh well, here we are. This is what we got. Umbra. So we did get this event again, and we got Awoken and Umbra in the list again. Let's try Umbra, and yeah, if Umbra Stone is here, I guess I take it. I don't know how useful it's actually going to be for us, but so be it. Okay. So I think we still want you on bottom floor. And then you're gonna just try to stall a little bit up there. Okay. Unfortunately, Prince doesn't get spikes yet, but we're trying. Well, I kind of have to do that right now. And then I guess we're just playing out you. And you'll sort of be able to block when Archaon goes there later. Yeah, unfortunately you're right back down low. But you did get a bunch of reanimate. I really want to get rid of this, but it feels like a bad time to pass up on this. Not that Spikes was what I was really hoping to get, but it is still helpful. Okay, well, we're not going to Flagellant, but he will naturally die to his ability on mid-floor. Honestly, I'll just get rid of that right here and now. And I'll weaken you a tiny bit. So I come out even on armor to where I started. And we should be pretty murderous right here. Ta-da! Okay. I mean, it's going fine. We also took no damage on that since we actually defended all our floors. Alright, so I cannot take Rage Room. I don't care in the slightest about Impalate. I will take Ally of the Ancients. I'm not going to take another Alpha Fiend here. We are not taking the others. I think we want the Ember right now. Yeah, I'm going to do that, even though other things are important too. I mean, I don't care about healing. There are definitely some, like, trinkets that would be nice, some artifacts. I'm going here, and we're going to look for, like, Smidgestone, maybe dupe the Alpha Fiend, maybe just dupe the Pseudoscience. What is the current slay amount? Only 10? Okay. So, we now gain 10 attack every time we're hit. And 15 armor on kill. so there's the Smidge Stone. I could also be using the Steelworker now. Okay. This wasn't what I was planning on, but I am willing to do this, I guess. And I guess we're doing that. It is, again, sort of a different plan than I had in mind. And also, I really would like to thin my deck out. But hey, here we are. Overall, it does look substantially better, since now I can fit those guys together. I guess I'll play those there. I do have the ability to give Prince Trample as well. So we've got a lot of ways where I can sort of convert this into a win, even if I don't have a lot of units. We'll see what we can do. I probably should be torching Prince or playing at the Ritual Battle or whatever. Yeah, this is the problem. It's like I'm not killing you. At least he only gets one attack off since Pyre Savagery is so strong. Okay, that's all we need to get the kill there. I don't care about you having lifesteal. That's the problem with Pseudoscience, is like half the time it's going to be able to give you stuff you don't care about. But like, it can be good, and even if it only sometimes hits what you want, it can still do some really good work for you. One-Eyed Torch on Collector is better to give Rage. I was just trying to make sure I wasn't leaking. Also, I just spaced out. I've been a bit tired today, and I'm definitely making some misplays here and there and not seeing obvious things. But the main thing is that I was trying not to leak, even though I definitely was leaking. I was trying to get Prince high enough that he could then kill the front dude, but it wasn't happening. We're at least going to get rid of one of those. And Prince just kind of murders and does his thing. Kablam! Exciting stuff. Right, I just still take some damage. I'm not taking Transcendent, not taking Impressive. Don't think we're taking Inflame. It's not that impressive for us. We'll just skip it. So I would have considered Weaponized Prosthetic for Brawler, but we didn't see it then and didn't need it. Horrify is a maybe. Risky Operation I don't think we need. I mean, like, Horrify is just generally useful. Let's take the Horrify, I guess. And again, there is some, like, good Merchant of Arms stuff I could do. I kind of just want to go here looking for, like, Intrinsic, Holdover, Remove Consume, that sort of thing. Like, there's a lot of good things I could get here, and I could dupe something, and it would be good. But also, like, if I get Void Armaments and, like, merge it with the Fortified Pauldrons, that would be pretty solid. Like, that would be pretty strong overall. But I think we're going here. Okay. I don't Need Exile's Diadem. Can't take Bloodthirsty Blade. And Swift Steel Dagger is not actually helpful for us for the most part. Yeah, I'm willing to do that. It does take, like, everything I've got, but still. Okay, whatever. And then what am I duping? I guess I'm doing this. We'll see, though. I don't know, Heaven Seal is kind of really dangerous for us, but we're going to do it anyways. But I might be sealing my death. That or the Horrify. Yeah, I thought about it. I just don't think we need another Horrify right now. Really need that to not be hitting those. Also, how goes the runs? They goes okays. Okay, we're taking the 1 damage because I really want to be able to get some spikes for the backliners here. Okay, so we have that. We have that. We have some reanimate. Just gonna build up more spikes, I guess. How are you doing, by the way, Gold Poke? Good buddy, good pal. Yeah, so this is the problem. So you're gonna heal back to full. I'm not bad, thanks for asking. The old injuries kept me off my feet for a few days, but I can walk again-ish, so that's nice. Gotcha. I don't have anything quite that bad, but I feel you. I have a bad knee that I fucked up a long time ago, like 15 years ago, and it's very frustrating. And sometimes it's worse than other times. Luckily, it's way better than it used to be. But it's frustrating. How close was I to killing him before? I think we were only doing like 140. So like I could give the extra spikes here, and that would have been an extra 6 damage. As is, we should be surviving this, because he goes to the Pyro Room, he's dazed for 1 turn. He does heal to full, but then he takes 95 damage, he hits us for 14, he takes another 95, and so we should get the kill. It just is also awful. And honestly, it might have been better not to have hurt the guys on first turn. This is the problem, is like, I'm very worried about these guys for the most part. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. Okay, but now we're at the point where we can kill these, because the main thing is we need Prince to be strong enough to kill the frontliner here. Not happy about this. I could daze the boss so that he's not building up Reanimate, but I would frankly like him to build up Reanimate. You want the Slays? I do, in fact, want the Slays. I also wish that I were not down to 2 HP, but, you know, here we are. I mean, whatever, here we are. We definitely have the kill. Like, that's not an issue. The issue is literally everything else. Okay, well, we got some extra power. I did survive despite taking a bunch of damage. Technically, battering ram sort of works for us. Kind of want to take it. Mostly don't want to take it. I mean, maybe I take battering ram. You know what? Fine. We'll take battering ram. Can't take replicator ray. Just considering taking faulty body. It would make his base HP worthless, but I think that's okay. I'm gonna do it even though it's another Calcified Ember. We've gotten so many of them already. Would Reinforce double stacked triple the armor? No, it would not, because of the wording on Reinforce. It's similar to like Plague Doctor or what's its face, Apex Imp, where it's describing a particular interaction. It's not like putting a specific number on the card. And so double stack doesn't do anything. It's orange, double stack works on greens. I don't know what you mean by that. And by that I mean, I assume you're referring to greens as buffs, but it's more that if it said, like, if it had 2 times, like 2x in the text box for Reinforce, that would do something. But it's the fact that it doesn't have 2x. There's nothing for double stack to, like, double. So it just doesn't work. Well, I was going to go here. I think we're just going to heal, though. Because, like, armor is affected by double stack, for instance. We're doing this first. Yeah, I don't think we want that. I mean, I'm not really hurting for Deployment Ember at the moment, so I could sort of do it. And, like, I could do Savage Heart and then start putting, like, the Alpha Fiend up front for a while. I just don't want to do that. We're just going to skip it, even though maybe I should use it. I don't know. Here we are. Look at this go. We're at a lovely 21. I'm just going to give you Reanimate as a bit of a buffer. Maybe should have Smidge Stone do instead, actually. I was hoping for Multi-Strike, since that would have been good. I guess I'll maybe just go to the Merchant of Steel again next. Though, was there something I wanted to do with Merchant Magic? Yeah, it was Faulty Body. I kind of want to do something with. Could also go to this Merchant of Steel, though we'd miss out on the dupe. I don't know that I need the dupe, but I kind of wanted to make a second Alpha Fiend. Well, okay. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. And then, I guess, leave it like this and figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Well, I don't really want Kayle to start in top 4 right now, but I'll try it. At least Prince does naturally have a decent level of attack, thanks to higher savagery. Okay, so we got the spikes, which is the most important one, for the moment at least. Don't need 8 lifesteal. But the spikes means that the guy loses his damage shield before attacking into us, which is really important. Oh, but you have 2 damage shield because you're a jerk. Gotcha. That's a problem. Doesn't work that way. What was that relic next to the +1 Ember? It's Frenzy Stetsia, or however you pronounce this. First time each turn a friendly unit is equipped, gain +1 Ember. Well, I've never seen Faulty Body before, but that's a cool card. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work as is. No. Okay. The problem is I just can't be setting up like that. I just don't know that this really works any better. But we'll see. I mean, I can do that, which is something. But you got the damage shield like a jerk. Fuck me. Yeah, I really don't want the lifesteal. Yeah, this is the problem, is I really can't have you just doing that all the time. God, you become so monstrously awful if I let that happen. What I really need is the Horrify, among other things. And that's not Horrify. But, like, fucking Kale just following him up is so bad. Yeah, that's not gonna work. This is what I was worried about. I mean, there are ways I can, like, sort of cheese this by changing where Kale starts. But I just, like, I can't have Kale just following a dude up into the sky. It's so bad. So we're doing 28 currently. Alright, well, let's do that. And just blow you up. Don't need the lifesteal. Not what I need. Yeah, I really need you not to have that, is the problem. Oh, I could be looking for root. I forgot that that's an option. It's not an option I'm happy about in the slightest, but it technically is an option. The problem is the steward just dies, and also the main issue is that enemies have damage shields, which is a problem for me. So we're gonna do things in a weird sort of arrangement where... Yeah, I guess we'll do it this way. I was gonna do something different, but this way he's rooted for a turn, dazed, we knock off the damage shield. Also, Prince has Trample now, which is pretty important. Really wish that I just had... really just wish that I had Intrinsic for it. I should survive this. Because you get a damage shield from Kale, but I believe it's only one, and so then you do die before you get undazed, which is why we rooted you like that. Okay, we do substantially more damage this way. I will get rid of that. It definitely helps me to get rid of some of those, as I've been struggling to do. I've gotten just so many of them over the course of this, and it's not been great. But Prince is legitimately dangerous now. The problem is just literally everything. Anyways, yeah. Not great. We're making it through, but I don't stack up power fast enough, and I just don't have good wave clear. Scrap for parts, I don't think helps us. Mix-a-Lot is kind of cool, but I already have a lot of expensive stuff. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I think we're skipping Mix-a-Lot, even though I do like it. Here's where I don't know what I'm doing. I kind of want to take extra capacity. So then I could fit a second Alpha Fiend. It's not incredibly impressive for me right now, but it would be okay, kind of. Especially if I got multi-strike at Merchant of Steel. The problem is, I really do want to go to the Merchant of Magic, which means that if I want to go to the Merchant of Steel, then I would have to skip the dupe to do it. I could also go Merchant of Magic and then not take capacity and just, like, dupe the Alpha Fiend as is and put it instead of the Steelworker. I mean, I could also just take capacity, dupe it as is, and all that jazz. Especially in the next ring, if we go up against Savagery's Final Assault, which is highly plausible, it's pretty rough for us. And that is where the healing is, and we might need that. Though I do have Holdover Horrify, which will make us take a lot less damage during the Titan fight. Ember's also okay. Draw is useful. Kinda just want the Ember. Okay, we're just gonna go Ember. Gonna go here. I guess there is also healing here, and the removals are nice, and yada yada yada. Okay. How many versions of Prince are you on? We are on the 3rd. So if we fail here, it will all be for naught. Well, I did say that I wanted Intrinsic on Umbra Stone. I will tell you right now, I also kind of really want Intrinsic on Faulty Body. The problem is, I am worried about that. Because the Fragile is a problem. Okay, I think what we're doing is we do Intrinsic here. We're doing Spell Chain here. I don't know. That's not helpful. Not my favorite turn of events, but hey. I'm gonna get rid of both of these. And we'll see what we can do. Feels wrong to skip, but I think I maybe need to skip the trial. It does make us substantially weaker going into the final ring, but that's fine-ish. I think that's better for me to do. I do wish that it had, like, jack strips. Okay, I thought that might be enough. Alternatively, I can, like, put you up front and I can dodge the Scourge card that way. Unfortunately, I don't have any armor to use the Battering Ram with yet, so I guess we just get the Scourge card and try. Yep, this is partly why we didn't want to take the trial for once. Honestly, we're gonna do it like that. Okay. No, really would like to hit more spikes. Yeah, this is the problem, is like, I really struggle with some things. We at least got to a better state. I am missing the Collector, sadly, so again, I'm missing out on a lot of gold. Really would like to see the Horrify. Well, let's root you for a turn, see what we can do. But we are bleeding out somewhat. Because we're just leaking like every single one of these guys. I mean, I should survive. I just do take some damage, but I at least take a little less damage thanks to the daze. Still not good, though. But he does get low enough that he's going to die to one shot from that, which is all I can really ask for. God, I really wish that my Alpha Fiend were contributing better, and he's very much not. But we're trying. We're trying. I also kind of wish that I would hold over on the battering ram. Didn't happen. Here we are. Anyways, at least we just body Rax. Like, that was not the problem here. The problem was literally every other goddamn thing. Just for my own sake, we're doing that. I guess technically I shouldn't have, because technically it means it's possible that Prince doesn't get the kill and doesn't get the bonus from the higher, or more specifically, any of my units. I don't care who gets it. Honestly, I'm willing to take the Impish Scholar, even though it's giving me another... I have, like, no gold. No, I'm not taking the Impish Scholar. There's a lot of things they can get back that I don't care about. I will take another Faulty Body, though. Okay, well, we're going here, I guess. Could take Inferno Room. Don't think that really matters to my needs at the moment. Because we do need enemies to be alive. Does not help. Can't afford any of this anyways. We're so broke. I guess I make this deployable. Unless I want to get, like, Reanimation Lab. Fine. So, I can dupe the Faulty Body. I can dupe the Battering Ram. I can dupe the... what was I thinking? The Horrify. There it is. I think we're duping the Horrify. It's not really what I want to do, but it does overcome our biggest problems. Almost forgot to click that on for once, which would have felt really dumb. Okay, so we don't need to be on a lower floor, so we're just going to be up here, so we have a little bit of time to build up some spikes and all that. Okay, and then we bulk you up a little bit. Don't care about lifesteal. Very much don't care about lifesteal. Pretty mad that I got so much lifesteal. Probably should have just torched myself to build up the rage a little bit. But we are going to get a lot of rage here. Okay, so we're still killing everything. Okay, we're gonna do that, I guess. And just prepare a little bit. I am making them a bit uncomfortably strong, but so long as we are using reanimate, it doesn't matter too much. Kind of. It does matter, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I am a bit worried, but hey. Okay, so you've got 4 reanimates, so you're gonna go into things with a lot of days. So you should be fine escaping. He's worrying me how low Prince is getting on armor, but he's alive. Really wish he'd gone reanimate or spikes instead of all of that lifesteal. Okay, that was maybe a mistake. Unfortunately, I have buffed all the enemies to be pretty powerful. Okay, yeah. But as long as he's up front and dies, then things get a lot better. Because the issue is that when he's not in front, I'm not getting armor from all the guys that attack him with the spikes and all that. But as long as he's up front, he dies to the spikes first. Everyone else afterwards gives me the buffs. Yep, that's a problem. Is worried about this exact thing. Alright, let's do this again. I mostly just need to avoid buffing the enemies as much, and or I might need to avoid doing the faulty body. But we'll see. I can't buff them that much. We'll see what happens. Maybe should have started you on spikes. Ooh, man. If there's a low HP enemy in front of you, you just need Trample and not Thorns, right? I mean, I need the Trample to be strong enough to kill all of the enemies. Well, specifically, part of the reason that the spikes are helpful is that they give me armor midway through the combat round, since I get armor as soon as the enemy dies. as that has been relatively useful for my needs currently. Which is why it's important that this guy is up front, because if he dies first, then all the other guys behind him do give me the armor that I want. Okay, I'm gonna try to avoid using the Horrify, I think. Thought Trample did the leftover damage after the first enemy dies to all units. So, here's how Trample works, and you're probably confusing it with Trample and Sweep. So, Trample is, if you do more damage than an enemy has HP, the remaining damage hits the next enemy in line. So, if I'm, like, attacking into an enemy that's 500 HP, and I have 248 attack, doesn't matter. I'm not going to kill the enemies behind it. And I see what you mean. So, I think what I misread what you said, and I think I see the problem. So, Trample just, like, spreads out my attack over all the remaining enemies. It does not... It's not like Explosive, where if I overkill an enemy by 100, it does not do 100 damage to all the other enemies. It does 100 damage to the next enemy, and if that enemy doesn't have 100 HP, it'll do whatever remains to the enemy after that, and after that, and after that, and after that. But yeah, it does not just do all of that damage to every single remaining enemy. Okay, I'm going to avoid the Faulty Body for the moment, because I'd like to avoid buffing these enemies. We'll see. Okay, so that should be good enough for now. I just need Prince to stay alive is the main thing. Oh, and I did take damage there. That was bad. I didn't realize you weren't taking enough to die. Yeah, this is the part of the problem, is I do think I need to be holding on to both Horrifies. Do you just not have any spikes? Did I never give you spikes? Yeah, you've just been killing everything with the trample, and for some reason I thought you were doing enough. Yeah, because currently you'd be doing 420 damage to him, which is not enough. Okay, let's actually hold on to both Horrifies. Oh, it topples enemy as long as there's damage remaining to be taken. Topples might not be the right word. Yeah, it's... Yeah, just all the remaining damage just keeps cascading forward, is essentially just how it works. Well, we'll see what we can do. This is rough. But this is what I was afraid of. Mostly I'd need to be building up more reanimate. And unfortunately the pseudosciences like really whiff hard for me. Because I don't need so much lifesteal. What I need is spikes and reanimate. That is what I need. To be honest, I kind of expected this version of Prince to go a little bit easier than you were having, it looks like. becomes crazy difficult to get that, of course. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that I didn't line up good backliners for Prince, and that's a bit on me. It's a bit on what was offered, but it is definitely a bit on me. I just thought this was one of the better versions of Prince. It's, after the Lost Arsenal update, probably his weakest path. Like, Brawler is still his best path. Reaper got a lot better, especially if you're not, like, trying to, like, rely on Reaper and are just using it kind of as a thing that contributes whenever it contributes, and otherwise ignoring it. Okay, so you're still not dead, so I can spend a little bit more time getting that. The sap stacking also doesn't help. The sap is not my biggest problem here. My biggest problem here is that my backliners are bad and I have no way to support them. And so I am mostly relying just on Prince. And if I let any of these enemies get through because of this battle and the way that the Chosen Ardents buff up all the enemies, it gets very bad very quickly. Also, unfortunately, all of these guys do chew through my armor quite fast. So even though I'm generating a lot of armor, it does get pretty bad pretty quick. Don't need lifesteal. Okay. Unfortunately, this fucker is ruining my day. I don't get any rage or armor for all of those enemies, because I wasn't able to move him up front or kill him in some other way. Yeah, and then we're left with this situation where everything is bad. Okay, so what can I do on this turn? There are sort of options. I don't love them, but they maybe exist. Yep, didn't think that would work out very well. Yeah, the problem is they just do too much damage for how much armor I've got. I can maybe do some other awkward things, though. Oh, fuck me. I didn't do the math, and I didn't realize that it wasn't enough. God, I'm gonna lose right there at the end. I mean, it's a bad battle for me, but I think I could have made it through, and I just fucked it up. Well, that's unfortunate. God. Oh, man. I realized it as I hit end turn as well, where I saw that he only had 2 days on him, and I realized that that was probably not enough, because I wasn't doing enough damage to him. But yeah, unfortunately, well, sadly, lost with Prince. Gotta start over. We're not gonna do Prince again right now, because it feels bad. But, alas, poor Prince. That said, I will do one more. It's about 2 o'clock, so we're just kind of at the edge of maybe when I shouldn't start a new run, but hey. Unfortunate. And heartbreaking. Alas. We're so close. I think I would have been fine on the Titans. And had we had slightly better luck, it would have been fine. Because, like, if that one turn where we had the pseudosciences, we had both pseudosciences, and they all 4 procs of them were giving lifesteal, and that is just not helpful for us. What would have been helpful was any of those giving reanimate. Bit sad that Savagery Heart doesn't get the +1 attack when it kills something like it gives to its units. Yeah, a couple people have been asking for that. I don't think it needs it. It's kind of cute. I wouldn't be totally surprised if the devs added that at some point. But for the most part, I don't think it too much matters. Anyways, we are going to do a different champion. We'll do one more run, probably. I think we're going to do Soul Guard next. I would like to do at least one of the Monster Train 1 champions here, just because I only have 2 Monster Train 2 champions left. Also, I think Grail is not going to be too difficult. I don't think Lion's Mane's going to be too difficult either. Other than that, Under Legion, more so than a lot of other clans, kind of relies on synergy pieces. And so it is a little awkward in Hat Trick where I have to budget those synergy pieces across multiple runs. And so there's a lot of cards that like don't do too much on their own. And so if they are removed from the things that they're meant to support, it's a problem. I don't think it needs to, but it would kind of make sense. And since you cannot get away with the pure Pyre build anyway, you would still need solid units. I mean, you kind of can get away with a Pyre only build. Other than Relentless, and even that I could probably still make work. And like the reason it doesn't work is because the Pyre isn't a unit. But yes, they could make it work if they wanted to. All that said, we're gonna do Soul Guard. And I have to decide what clan combo we want. Cat, please cooperate. What are you doing? So, Dire Channel is whatever. It's better in Monster Train 2 than Monster Train 1. Not particularly exciting, not particularly, like, it's whatever. But the Titans need something to kill the 2 Titans that won't reach the Pyrite. Yeah, that's fair. You do need that for the Titans specifically. Cat, what are you doing? Okay, if you want to go, go. Anyways, Cold Channel, we need good defense. And for Titan Channel, it kind of works wherever. It needs an incant, but that's true of all of Soul Guard stuff. I kind of want to do Hellhorns. Banished is probably the better choice. In Monster Train 1, I definitely did this with Hellhorn because Hellhorn and Stygian do work pretty well together. I will say the armor gain of Hellhorns is less impressive in Monster Train 2 just because enemies do, on average, much higher damage. But having, like, torches would be really nice for Soul Guard. Well, for Cold Channel specifically. And also, I have used Banished a lot, and I kind of would like to just take Hellhorn anyways. Yeah, let's try with Hellhorn, see what happens. We definitely want the torch. And then as far as Pyre, what do we want? One of these we want Heart of the Pact. One of these we probably want Bogworms. No surprise. Aquath is also okay. Maybe Winged Spirit, even though I hate Winged Spirit. Perzel's also good. I think we're gonna just start with Bogworm, see what happens. Well, Offering Token is the thing. Don't really care about the Molting Imp. And Alpha Fiend is Alpha Fiend, I suppose. I should have looked at the artifact first, maybe. I think we're going to do Dire Channel. I think we're going to do Dire Channel. Sure. Why not? Okay. Yeah. I mean, so, like, Wanderer's Talisman is nice earlier. We're going to take Pyrostone Housing nonetheless, though. It just seems correct. Like, we certainly could get by without it, but it's reasonably good pickup right here. May as well do it like that because Alpha Fiend is just a better Train Steward in this instance. I don't have, like, any defense, so we're going to try to, like, pick enemies off ahead of time. Let's just build up the Incant. Well, a little annoying that I can't use that where I want to use that, but that's fine. I suppose I could have also just waited to play out the Alpha Fiend, played out, like, a Shield Steward. And there we go. And then just like played out the Alpha Fiends in his place afterwards. But unsurprisingly, he didn't end up dying. That ended up not being necessary. Here we are. There's no reason to do the foregone power on these enemies because they're just going to die anyways. So we will build up our power on a higher floor. Unhelpful. I just wanted it to discard properly. Is that so much to ask? Alright, well, we're not getting the kill, but that's fine. Honestly, maybe should have had Soul Guard in front, since the Alpha Fiend represents so much more damage for me. Unfortunately, we take a big chunk of damage to start things off. It's not great. We're not going to take Titan's Gratitude. It's not a great card, and it's particularly infuriating when we also already have foregone powers. We are not going to take those. We don't want Hidden Passage when we're already using Bogworm. Might want Fortified Pauldrons, and by might, I mean I think we do. I would like Fortified Pauldrons for, like, Cold Channel, but at the moment, I think we need it. How you doing, Ashaka? I mean, hopefully we get just Incant Armor and everything's good and wonderful and all that, but I mean, I can just guarantee that I get Incant Armor, I suppose. Do I want the Merchant of Magic? Kind of. I think it's more important right now that I go here and I just try to set up decent units. I do like the Siren. I also really kind of am happy to just do Alpha Fiend with Multi-Strike Smidgestone and that. I mean, Siren would have been a lot better, but we're doing this, I guess. I just worry that it's gonna struggle later on. I'm good. Died to a boss after doing a lot of menuing, so gotta do that menuing again, though. Yeah, I hate that. Feels bad. I guess we're gonna set up on bottom floor. I guess I do have capacity open for a steward now. Or, you know, that. Okay, so he's not quite dying, but he'll die to the Frostbite. Alright, we'll just reduce the incoming damage and build up a little bit of armor and all that. Yeah, we don't need two foregone powers here. Well, I do want the Fortified Pauldrons, so there we go. And we should beat this guy pretty quick and easy. Just for the sake of it, we'll play that there. And thus we just absolutely murder him. Alright, well, that part went pretty nicely. Not taking a dose. Maybe willing to take another Fortified Pauldrons. I think we're gonna not. I mean, it's like, okay. Oh, and I did forget that I'm up against a minion. The Hidden Passage would help with that. Don't know. Don't know what I want to do about that. I don't really have any reason to go here unless I want to pick up another unit, because I already have 3 upgrades here. I don't particularly care about upgrading like the Imps or the Shield Stewards and all that. So I guess we go here. We get rid of some of our shame. The Rage Room is kind of cute. I don't know that I like super care, but it's kind of cute. Alright, we're gonna try it. It is dangerous, but I do have Incant Armor, so maybe we can make it work. Fight Club is not a bad pickup for me. Inferno Room is also pretty good. The problem with Inferno Room is that we do need to actually like attack into enemies with Alpha Fiend. And if I'm depriving myself of enemy waves, that can be a problem. I think I don't want to do that, but maybe it's warranted. I think we're going to take Fight Club, though. And we're definitely going to make this deployable for now. Ideally, I'd like to give the Alpha Fiends quick, I think. Okay. Maybe Greedy. We're probably going to get Soul Guard killed, but I'm trying to keep the Alpha Fiend alive. Because I really would like him to get the Penance upgrade. Probably should have just not played out the other... Well, I don't know. It's fine. Also, I probably should have put the Pauldrons on Soul Guard, and I got carried away. That was a mistake for sure. But we'll see what happens. The Alpha Fiend is at least looking pretty good here. Unfortunately, the rest of this is looking a lot less good here. It is Rage Archeon, which does scare me still. Okay, so we can at least play it like that, because you have enough HP to survive this one hit. Well, unfortunately, you're going to ruin the Molting Imp. I was trying to set up 2 blockers here, but it's just not going to work the way I want. Either way, it's fine. He survives, which is the one thing we care about. So I would like to get the Penance extra attack. Also, if he dies, I just, like, lose the fight. So, you know, there's that. Deep Offering is good. I don't think I want it here, though. Hey, thanks for the, raid. How you doing? We're not taking the Titan Sentry. I mean, we're just skipping these, I think. We don't need capacity. We're definitely taking Ember. The draw would also be quite helpful. I mean, we're gonna dupe the Alpha Fiend. And we're gonna try to get, like, holdover spell chain on the offering token. I, like, just don't have anything that's particularly exciting here. Turns out I didn't really draft many cards. Yeah, I guess we're just skipping. That is really not what we were hoping to see. Oh well. Honestly, I will make the torch do a little bit more damage. And then we're making another Alpha Fiend. We'll see what we can do. Really wish I could give them quick. Yeah, I can't fit you as well. I guess we're doing it like this. The problem is I really don't want to be anywhere other than top or bottom floor. Because I want to be getting all of the Scourge generating dudes. And also Kel is kind of a pain if I engage him on a higher floor. Okay, unfortunately we get sapped a bunch, but I think it's worth it. And, like, my damage scaling does outpace that. Okay, I still have just enough to get the kill there. Sure, that doesn't actually kill. Never mind. For some reason I was thinking that that was going to be enough Frostbite to kill him. It's not. So let's not waste the incant there. Unfortunately, you die without getting to attack. So that's that. It's not a lot of HP to lose, at least. So, that's something. Again, it's more or less fine to be losing, or to be getting sapped here. Or not. Well, fuck. Yeah, if only I could, like, kill one of those. Well... Like, we're gonna kill... God, it's awful. Oops, I just could have played that. Fucking Scourge cards are the worst. Okay, but we at least kill him. Unfortunately, we don't get the Fragile Penance upgrade. Like, it's fine. It's just the extra attack would be really nice. We don't need Urchin Spines. Crystalline Seeds is sort of okay for us, but not particularly great. I kind of want the Ice Tornado. Maybe you want the Ice Tornado just as a way to get slightly better defense. I think we're going to skip, though. Battering Ram kind of works. I could take Important Work and start doing like an endless Molting Imp as a way to absorb some of the corruption and stuff. Honestly, maybe not the worst option available to me, but could also do Imp in a Box and try to like consume it. I don't love that, but we're probably going to end up with a bunch of extra capacity thanks to Bogworm. And I do have a Merchant of Magic right here. I'm gonna take it. Am I happy about it? No, not particularly, but I will take it. Pretty happy with the spell chain. Enemy units enter with Frostbite. I'd be a lot happier with that if we were up against Entropy, since that would be enough to kill the Purified Souls. It does not take care of the 3 HP Corruption dudes, though. Center Salve is nice, but not that important right here. I'm gonna take Rules of Containment, just in case. Like, it is potentially useful in the future. Yeah, that at least is very helpful. And I guess we just minus cost some things. And all that jazz. But yeah, so like with the invasion trial, this at least catches some of the things that we can see in that. And so it does sort of help. It's not quite as useful as I would like. Also, I didn't get remove consume like I was hoping for. I think we're at least going to remove a couple foregone powers. Because the further we go, the less helpful they become. Also, I forgot I had the removals here. That's fine. Okay. We're in fine shape. Not wildly exciting shape, but fine shape. Sadly, don't have enough capacity for the Shield Steward there. Honestly, sure. We'll put out some dudes just to block it a little bit better. Well, we try to build up our armor since we had a very bad start for that. Okay, we're gonna kill you, so then the Frostbite naturally kills those backliners no matter what we do. And then we're gonna do this. Sadly, our blockers are already dying. But at least it's bought me a little bit of time to get to my better incanting stuff. Fortunately, I don't have, like, dualism. God, yeah, these guys just die, which is really bad. I think I probably just need to not be setting up on bottom floor. Then having multi-strike is, turns out, pretty bad for me. Who would have guessed? Like, my offense isn't particularly great either. Yeah, it turns out having bad defense and having to deal with the fragile is not great. At least my deck is slightly better at incanting now, but it's just not enough. Yeah, like, we're not anywhere close to killing this guy. I mean, I'll still play it out just to see, but, like, not good. If I'd at least gotten him down slightly lower, I could, like, ping off some of his reanimate with the torches, but that's not good enough. Okay. Not gonna work. If I do set up on mid-floor, though, we at least have enough capacity that we can also put down a Shield Steward, which is pretty helpful. I guess we'll leave the other Shield Steward. unless I'm willing to shoot Soul Guard just so I can build up some incants. Like, I really need it. I'm gonna save you for later. Once again, we're gonna kill you so that the Frostbite actually kills some enemies for me. Okay, well, we can get rid of Calcified Ember, we can block a little bit. It would be really nice if anything about my deck was better than it is. But we are building up some armor now. Like, that is the way to our success. Again, probably should have not taken the trial, but I do just take every trial most of the time. At least our Alpha Fiends are surviving, and they're stacking up. I really wanted to draw you next turn after the Steward dies. But hey, we do cycle through our deck sort of fast, so maybe we'll cycle back into him quick enough. Well, we have some armor. We do a lot more damage now, since these guys have been allowed to survive. Okay, so we do survive no matter what, and with you, and maybe just with some incanting, we would get to a point where the Alpha Fiend is surviving to get the permascaling bonus. Either way, we got there. It's fine. Our deck is bad, but we're not dead. Which is, you know, the important part. Okay. That's an interesting selection of options. I do want Guardian's Amulet. And I think that's probably what we want most. Guardian Stone is also pretty appealing, though. But realistically, I would like Guardian Stone more with Cold Channel. Not that we know that we're going to be offered it, but ideally that's what we do. And we already have the holdover spell chain for the offering token, and that can work very well with Guardian's Amulet, especially if we get spell chain and or holdover or double stack with that. I mean, Tiresome Climb is an answer to Dominion. I just don't really want to use this up, but I think we have to. I think it's too important for me to skip. Okay, at least they no longer are fragile. It's not like the biggest thing, because they don't have too much HP to begin with. But it does cut out a little bit of the problem. I think we're just going here and making another Demon Fiend. Or Alpha Fiend, not Demon Fiend. Or making another Offering Token. Probably the Offering Token. Yeah, and then we're definitely going here, try to set up the Guardian Amulet. Either way, we want to dupe something. We're not taking the Bloodthirsty Blade. Frostpiercer is cute, but unnecessary. I'm gonna reroll, I guess, in case we see Zone of Silence. No. Hall of Mirrors is interesting in a world where we have Bogworm Pyre. God, that's so expensive Ember, though. But if I took another Ember upgrade, we'd have 8 to spend. 2 goes into Hall of Mirrors. I mean, even as is, I can still just do that and 2 Alpha Fiends. God, I wish I knew exactly how much capacity I had on each floor. Because if I have 6 capacity, or at least if I have 5 capacity after Hall of Mirrors, I could still do Alpha Fiend, and then Soul Guard. And, like, that's pretty cute. And I think we're going to do it. So, sure. We do have to make it deployable. And then we're definitely doing this. We very much do not need to dupe the Alpha Fiends now. Because we're already going to have a bunch of them. Yeah, so I can't do this on bottom floor, but I can do this. Ta-da! Well, this is a floor if I've ever seen one. Yeah, also I'll do it like that. Well, and then they just start stacking up power. Okay, we can also do that now. I sort of technically have capacity for these imps that I don't care about. Yeah, I should have held on to the other imp. Yeah, this is spike scale. Well, I don't really want you guys to get spikes, but fine. Let's do it this way, I guess. Build up a little bit of armor. Fortunately, we do get the Scourge cards. It's not the end of the world, because I can sort of just deal with them. But it's also not the best. Well, I'd kind of like to play that out to get rid of it, but we're also just going to kill one of those guys down here. Admittedly, could have also and probably should have used the Molting Imp down there instead, but fine. We're just going to ignore the Scourge card. Why not? Who am I to actually face my problems? I think we're doing... Actually, we're going to do this to you. I would like to do it to him because I hate the Scourge cards, but honestly, at the moment, it's kind of nicer to be stopping Kale from giving a bunch of spikes and some extra HP. I mean, I should be strong enough to handle it, but I don't want to. Well, this is why we need less foregone powers in the deck, because that's not particularly helpful. Yeah, I would prefer you not to die because you're one of the not cardless ones, and so it is actually important to me that you survive the battle. Hoping we were going to get the Guardian's Amulet again. Either way, doesn't matter. We got the kill on Kale. Because we got to the point where he survived, which is all we needed to get enough damage for the kill. How thrilling. I will say the Hall of Mirrors certainly made us a lot stronger. I don't think we want Spike the Hellhorn, though the armor is kind of appealing. Last Stand doesn't do anything for us because we don't have any rage, and Ice and Pyre doesn't really help us, so we're gonna skip. I think we're just going draw. I'm doing sort of okay on the Ember.
And more draw helps with more and can't, which is really all we majorly care about right now. Yeah, the holdover spell chain, absolutely beautiful. I mean, like, the holdover on Tiresome Climb, also quite useful. Don't get me wrong. But, I could also just not worry about that. Okay, there's the intrinsic I was hoping for. And then let's thin out some of the garbage in our deck. We haven't actually drafted that many cards. But we're going to get rid of 2 of the foregone powers. It's fine to keep 1 in this deck. The multi-games have been vaguely helpful. I'm going to get rid of the Shield Stewards because I now don't actually have enough deployment Ember to play them. And therefore they are worthless to me. Okay. So I have 7 now here, is that correct? Yeah, so that should be enough. No, I need slightly more. I need 1 more to do this. So we are still doing this here then. I do wish that I could have the Fortified Pauldrons on before they get duped so that everyone would get... So that, you know, the copy would also get that. Sadly, we do not live in that life. Okay, so we're going to do that so you can't give me a Scourge card because Scourge cards are verifiably the worst. Mostly just want to build up as much armor as we can. Yeah, I should be taking note that my Alpha Fiends have different levels of attack. Or maybe that's just because they got the attacks. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Everything's okay. Yes, there's the Guardian Amulet we want. So now no enemy will be able to attack us basically ever. Because we're going to be applying quite a bit of sap each turn. Unfortunately, this is not enough to kill you. So we do get the Scourge card. It's only 1 Scourge card. We can handle it. Not a big deal. Okay. And they're doing a little bit of damage to us, but not a lot of bit of damage. Unfortunately, it is enough damage to kill off our imps, so I can't just use them as an eternal blocker, but in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty low concern. I'm reasonably happy with my current situation. And once we can dupe, we're gonna dupe a Guardian Amulet so I can do this with both of my offering tokens each turn. Oh, I could have killed you, and I meant to kill you, and I got carried away in canting. Which is, again, fine. We get a lot of benefit in canting, but it was a little bit of a mistake. The frustrating thing about Alpha Fiends is, like, they're not fully living up to their potential. Because I am... More specifically, it's hard to stack a bunch of them. Because if they're strong enough, the back ones just never get to attack. Because the front ones kill everything before the back ones get to attack. And so it ends up being kind of a waste of their ability. And that can be a bit frustrating. nonetheless, still strong enough right here. And once we get to the Titans, and to a lesser degree Seraph, it's not a problem. Since there will always be things for them to attack. But, until then, it's a little annoyance. Anyways, let's just bring Rax up here, not deal with any of that, or with, you know, his ability to scale as he ascends. Instead, we'll just calmly and cleanly incant our way to the future. Even our friendly little Welder Helper doesn't die here. Because Rax is dazed for a couple turns, the enemies don't hit for very much, and then our Alpha Fiends basically clear the way, and Soulguard then shoots him for 2,000. Alright, I do like Unnamed Tome. I would have taken it if we saw it before the Tiresome Climb. And frankly, I do kind of wish that we had gotten it instead of the Tiresome Climb. But I have the Tiresome Climb. We're going to use the Tiresome Climb. That's what we're doing. Reinforce. I don't think I need. I think we'd really like to save it for sure. Cold Channel. And then we're going here, for sure. I don't care about Forgotten Name. Token of a Traitor. I don't think I care about. Yeah, I'll hold over Tiresome Climb, I guess. I guess I'll take that. It really doesn't matter. Neither do these. I mean, I'll take that, but that shouldn't really matter either. I was hoping to get, like, Lightstone Casing, or, you know, double incant, but realistically, these things just don't matter. There we go. And here we are. But yeah, unfortunately, Versatile Ember Staff, like, mostly doesn't matter. I guess I could maybe proc it sometimes. Yeah, unfortunately, still don't have enough to set up on bottom floor. Bogworms did not cooperate, but that's fine. The main thing is, you're not causing me grief. So if I can bring you down to 7, and then I can't quite kill you. So we are getting the Scourge card no matter what. Oh, I did forget about Token of a Traitor. Interesting. I guess we'll do that. I thought I was gonna have to let it cycle, but I forgot. Well, I just, yeah, didn't have to. Regardless, since you're already dazed this turn, we're actually going to move him up so I don't have to get the Scourge cards. Sure. I'm just trying to kill those guys so that they can't give me corruption. Like, I think it'll be fine even if they do, but it's still just better for me if I can avoid it. Yeah, technically don't need to daze you this turn, so I'll avoid the Scourge card. I guess for the sake of it, we'll create some imps. Even though, really, these things don't matter. I'm essentially filtering through basically my entire deck every turn. I guess technically I don't really want to kill these guys so that the Alpha Fiends have something to attack, but either way, I'm not getting a ton of power off of that. Okay, so so first we want to do the sap. Okay, we're gonna do this now so there's a possibility that I drop back into it. Nope. Okay. I was trying to get to a point where I could stop him. But it's fine. I just was trying to avoid the Scourge cards. Overall, not a big problem, especially since I have the offering tokens just guaranteed. And actually, we are going to do this now, since again, Seraph is dazed already for this turn. I suppose I should have shot those guys first, so if the Token of a Traitor hit them, then it wouldn't have wasted the shot. Which is to say, it would have just killed them instead. So I am not actually killing all the things here. Unhelpful. Well, I may have overloaded the floor with too many enemies. Shouldn't be too big of a problem, though. Like, he's already dazed. He's got a ton of sap. I can just ignore him and he'll be fine. My poor Imp is going to get a bunch of corruption. Well, not a bunch, but some corruption from the frontliners dying. Since I didn't shoot them to death like I had been on other turns. Regardless, we'll be okay. So it takes a long time to play out my turns, and it really doesn't matter. Okay, so next turn is Relentless. Okay, so let's move you. And let's shoot you to death so I don't have to deal with the Scourge cards. And then just do whatever here because it is what it is. Again, turns out we're pretty strong now. Alright, let's just have you abandon your buddies. Poor, helpless fools. I accidentally played that in the wrong way, but it doesn't matter, because we still get to play out all of the things. Again, probably should have done the torch earlier. Does not matter in the slightest. Enemies have a bunch of sap on them. Seraph is dazed for multiple turns. My guys are relatively strong. Both Soul Guards each hit for 1,300 damage. Ta-da! They also attack for 15 thanks to the Fight Club. All the good that does. Alright, well, we should handle the Titans pretty easily. Heck yeah. Okay. Okay, so I can set up on bottom floor now, which is actually helpful. It means that I don't have to worry about, like, enemies generating scourges on a lower floor anymore.
Um... Okay. Well, we got one of the offering tokens, which is what I want. I was sad that I didn't have one, but it is useful. Okay, so we're going to do this to start dazing you, and I am actually just going to sap you. So I don't have to take the fire damage. I do get a little bit of corruption. I do still take some damage here. That's more or less okay. Oh, I should actually do that first. So I can be hitting you with that. I do... Oh, I meant to sap you. For my own enjoyment, we are going to redo this where I do sap him at least once. I do miss out on a bit of incanting that way, which is sort of a problem, but I do want to do that. Come on, there we go. Okay, so just one of these we want to do up here. I don't really care about sapping my dudes. Like, yeah, it's a slight annoyance, but for the most part, inconsequential. Because they're building up, you know, 30 attack per turn. And that is good enough. Unfortunately, I don't have quite enough offering tokens to get rid of the Curse of Entropy as well. Technically, I could have sapped him as well if I'd done this in a different order. Doesn't really matter, since he's also just dazed for eternity. We're working on it. Okay, so you still have enough sap for the time being. And then we just kind of do this thing repeatedly. Okay, we're most of the way through Entropy. Yeah, we'll just move you now. I do need to kill him at some point, but it's fine if it's not now. Yeah, these guys are actually wrecking my shit thanks to that guy. I mean, I could tiresome climb him at the beginning and prevent that. It also doesn't really matter. It matters a little bit to me, though. I mean, whatever. We'll let the poor dude die. Probably could have avoided it, but it's fine. Yeah, I still need to kill you, because
I have been moving you off floor like every time. I mean, mostly we're just waiting for Dominion to die. Just for good measure, you can have your sap. Pretty sure I don't really need to keep sapping you, but just in case I forget. Alright, now we just cleave through them and savagery goes down. We are purely just waiting for Dominion to stop wasting our time. Which, again, I don't really need to play out all of these cards, but it does feel wrong not to. Somehow I accidentally didn't play out the Guardian Amulet, but that's okay. The amount that it matters is strikingly low. Alright, well, we're almost there. Oops. That's not what I was trying to do. Technically I could daze him. It wouldn't change anything. He's dying on this turn one way or another. So I wasn't paying attention to how much damage Soul Guard shots are doing, but I know it's a lot by now. Regardless, there we go! Ugh. Hi, Cat. How you doing? I know. Oh boy, we did it. Yeah. The Hall of Mirrors in particular really helped. Also, the Tiresome Climb was very useful, but as was the Guardian's Amulet. Like, up until that point, our defense was pretty bad, our offense was pretty bad. I didn't have an answer for Dominion building up corruption. And then one after another, we got answers. It worked out. Worked out all right. That said, let us record what we used, although that's substantially harder with a cat on my shoulder. And then that's where we're going to call it for the night. I know, Cat. It's very difficult to be you. So we did Dire Channel, which is fine. Dire Channel I wasn't expecting to be too difficult. It doesn't contribute like crazy well, but it also kind of works alongside whatever I want to do. Whereas like Cold Channel, we do need to be like seeking out good armor gain in particular. Which is partly why Banish would have worked, because we could have built up like Valor, and then we could have also done like damage shields, and that could have been very strong as far as a defensive tool. But we can't do that. Can't do that here. So we'll see what happens. Cat, you are in the way. We also get ruined if the silence enemies fuck with us, though we might just be able to make our torches strong enough to kill them if that's what it really comes down to. It's not what I want to do, but it is an option. Okay, so we had Alpha Fiend. Did we still have the Molting Imp, or did I remove them? Looks like I removed them. Not a big deal. It is one of those cards I essentially never draft regardless, so it doesn't really matter whether I used it up or not. Apparently we still had the Imp in a Box, which was a good idea. Ended up not mattering. But I don't hate that we took it in case we needed it. Offering Token is obviously like the biggest loss here. Though using up the Guardian's Amulet and the Tiresome Climb are both vaguely important to us too. They're just solid, good cards. Turns out they solve a lot of problems. I think there was all the spells and all the units. Mostly we just had a couple of the same cards repeatedly.
And then we had Hall of Mirrors and Fight Club. Whoops. And then we had Fortified Pauldrons. Again, I did kind of want Fortified Pauldrons for Cold Channel. It wouldn't really be enough on its own by any means, but every bit helps. And Cold Channel just needs defense, more or less. Like, we'll have enough offense from the Frostbite that it outputs. The real important part is just not having it die. Unfortunately, all of the Seraphs are going to present a problem for us, since we're going to need either a way to like handle the sweep and the melee weakness on Savagery, or we're going to need a way to like daze Dominion or mute him so that we're not building up doubling corruption, or we're going to need to deal with the silencers in Entropy and make sure that we're not incanting enemies to be unreasonably strong and just break through our defenses. Either way, we'll figure it out. That is a tomorrow problem one way or another. And thus, here is where we end for the night. As always, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you're having a good time. I will see you tomorrow. We'll continue on with Soulguard, and hopefully it won't be like Prince, where we died right at the end. So, anyways, have a nice night. Thanks for being here. See you tomorrow.